Good evening. Thank you for joining me. I'm Commander Tyrael and welcome to the Royale LiveStream. I don't do this very often. I don't get a lot of time to do it and I'm going to take advantage of that. Don't have any real plans today. We're just going to play through. My main goal is to earn the Soviet Bravi. I really want to have a look at the anti-ship missiles that have been added, as well as when I get access to the French closed beta test, and I'll be using that as well. At this stage I don't have access and I'm not going to buy anything just yet. Welcome everyone, thank you for joining me. G'day Popcat, thank you for popping by. And thank you for standing by, my talking head. So as I said, we're going to get straight into it and we're going to play some Soviet Blue Water with the aims of unlocking the Bravi as soon as possible. So I think we're going to play at 5.0 using the Spokojny. I haven't really planned exactly what I'm going to do, so we'll take the Spokojny and the Tashkent. Get rid of the fronts. Get rid of a few of these. G'day Yazoo, thank you for joining me. Maybe take the Project 50, because a lot of people have been asking to see that. I think that might do us. Aviation-wise, what will we bring? We'll bring the trusty IL-2, the Avenger. One of my favourite Soviet Kaz aircraft. Versatile in nearly every role. 1, 2, 3 ships, and we will bring a coastal vessel just so that we can win battles. And I might make that the Project 206 Shershen. And perhaps just for trolling purposes we'll bring the Grad rocket as well. Activate a booster. Activate comfort for the chair, have a sip of a beverage, and we'll jump into the battle. Spent the day speed running a video for the upcoming economic roadmap that Gaijin released. Probably my fastest video ever. Right, what battle rating are we sitting at? We're at least 5.3, so it's not going to be super easy battle. Wait for a few more people to spawn in and then we shall join the queue. And away we go, and oh my god, I'm in arcade. Ah! Okay, I guess it's a naval arcade battle for our first battle. Not entirely sure how that happened. Although in terms of earnings, arcade is not that bad. They have the same RP earning as realistic. You just get less single lines. There we go. Ammo Reactor Type 1936. Good way to start the stream. We've got some PT boats on the Bravo point. And yeah, so things are looking really good. If you're watching, have you seen the newest roadmap? And if you have, what do you think? Got another destroyer coming in really hard. Give him some semi-armor piercing rounds. too short there on the lead. He's sitting up right up against the island there. Attacking the D point. Alrighty, let's get into it. We see a PT boat, Project 183. Switch to ripple fire if I can't get him this time. Let him get away. Beautiful camouflage here on the Spokane. A nice range of colors to choose from now. That's right, mate. It's the first time I've seen an actual roadmap with dates, so I guess that's a really good start. But like you said, we'll wait until we see some actual changes. Yeah, the Silver Line insurance is very interesting. Reminds me of Elite Dangerous. You have to buy insurance for your ships. Makes sense. Like if you're paying money, you should have some assurances that you're going to do really well each time. Looks like we've got this Project 183 coming up on the port side. Let me know how the volume is. Is that music too loud, or is the volume okay? Kind of a streaming noob. I'll get you yet, son. One, two, buckle my shoe. Alright. Kind of wish I had the Blagorodny. It's a much better ship, especially at these close ranges. I will probably buy that ship at some point. Oh, we're about to get surrounded here. What have we got? I can get through him a little bit at a time. This French thing. I'm not even going to try and murder the pronunciation until I've practiced. Dodge around him. What have we got here? Another one coming in. It's going to be French Central. We are playing arcade, so I'll litter that. We got cruisers everywhere. Oh, what is that, Graf Spey? Yep. Jesus Christ. Might be in a bit of trouble here. Guy's going to do his best to dodge our torpedoes. Because we're playing arcade, I can just drop all of them. This is going to hurt if he gets us. Yep. At least let me get through into his citadel. That would be nice. Roger that. I will turn the music down a bit. Alright, try and get this French guy before we go down. Rushbait did a lot of damage to us. Take out his guns. Try to at least. A little bit longer and we're going to sink. Oh, we're in some trouble now. But no trouble. G'day, Rowan. Yeah, we're grinding out the Bravi. I accidentally jumped into an arcade battle for some reason. I think I was using the wrong preset. So we use the old trash can. Lots of different variety of ships in an arcade, at least. You're not just fighting the same old bunch all the time. It's not a noob tube. Takes patience to use with the long reload. But we will see. I've got to get one of the French ships before I can start grinding that tree. Switching to HEVT. He's heading away from us, so he's not much of a threat. See, I've got a real weakness for modern ships, and there aren't many games where you see modern ships fighting in a multiplayer context that are of a AAA standard. You've got your mobile games. In some degree, World of Warships has some modern stuff, but not Cold War era. And I'm a huge fan of the Silent Waters series and the upcoming. Oh shit, he's coming towards me. Switcher. Dangerous in arcade because they can reload, so generally if an aircraft misses in realistic, you don't worry about him anymore. Not to get too distracted by the fleeing aircraft. Got a French cruiser again. Try and get it rolled. He's got really big explosive power. Try and dodge and weave around that. Kind of working. We haven't taken any damage, but I'm not going to stay in a gunfight with him because that's why. Are you talking about the project 12412? Because I had a look at that ship and it doesn't have the Strellas working just before I jumped on stream. Yeah, it didn't end up happening. I didn't think so. Is it Shoshen? Because it would have been a pretty tough little boat to fight if it did have them added now. I think that particular boat has the most different weapon systems on it than any other boat in the game. As it is. depth charges, torpedoes, rocket mortars, Sea-Whiz system, 76mm, and the Strelers, if they were to be functional. Just go super widespread of everything, try and dodge those. Didn't think so. They're doing like 300 kilometers an hour. And he's dropped one in reply. We should be able to defeat that one. German destroyer. Aircraft inbound, switching to HEVT. Oh, we are sinking really bad. Oh, there's not enough crew members. The prompts changed. It's little now down in the corner. Didn't realise I'd lost all my crew. No, I don't think it was a misread on the dev blog, because I saw European Canadian. He was testing them in the test drive on one of his dev blog, his dev server videos. They didn't function, but he was aiming them. And yeah, so I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe they decided not to at the last moment. Yeah, it is a very, very interesting, and it takes a little bit of skill to use that boat. If you get up tier to destroyers, you've got to really hide, and there's not much you can do. But I've had some really good matches at 4.3, and in a down tier, obviously, it does really well. But the way that the matchmaker's been working, it's not to your favor, really. You don't really get down tiers at 4.3. What we got there? They're all Frenchies everywhere. That's pretty much game, set, match. Not much they can do if they don't capture 2 points. I intend to make a video about the project 12412 again, because I really want to see the sister class, the Tyrael. I mean, obviously, those missiles are insane, and we're not ready for that yet, but I still want to see that boat in this game. It'll be super fun. G'day, Derp Derp. Thanks for joining us. This is my very first match with the new update, and I accidentally jumped into arcade. For whatever reason. That's because I'm on my review list. I don't actually play. Alright. Naval Realistic. We'll chuck a few backups on this Bacoini. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful camo. Apparently there are new camos for other coastal boats, so we'll have a quick look at that. Unicolor. Oh, yeah. Apparently you can unlock some of them with just by doing tasks. That's pretty cool. I like that one. For anyone that's not familiar with my content, I love the Shershin. Great boat. Do fantastic work in it. But as for your question about have the swarms of Noxes disappeared, let's find out. Firstly, we'll have a look at the patch notes. Oh, I can't remember how to do that. Where's that? Change log. There we go. Right. So the newest additions to aircraft, we've got the 14B, which we all know about. The SU-25T, the SU-22 M4. An updated Wirraway model. I have to check that out. The J8F for China, Tornado 80V, Mirage 2000. Yeah, looking good. Bunch of new ground vehicles. Some new cockpits for helicopters, which would be much appreciated. Bruce Leroy will love that, I'm assuming. Down to the naval. We've got 14 new ships for the French Navy, which I will no doubt get to at some point very soon. Got some new missions. I really want to see this new map, Franz Joseph Land. It's almost worth setting up a custom battle so we can have a look at it. Where are the naval changes? Right down the bottom. So capture points have been reworked. So now when you replenish on a capture point, you'll get batches of ammunition, which is a nice change. Very, very nice change. Some bug fixes for the various ships. The Mark 108 Alpha weapon has had some changes to it. Probably have a better trajectory now. It had a pretty bad trajectory. Very high angle, very low range. The Cmdr rockets, the Neptuno rockets have changed. We might have a quick look at that in the test drive. Someone's saying that the missiles are much faster now. And Cmdr is there. I still don't own it. I only had a test drive before. But the Albatross really helped me unlock it. And I managed to spade it while I had it. Oh, you can't equip big bombs on the BF-110s. Really? It's a decade too late. Well, yeah, well, actually we should test. Did they implement the non-firing of the main weapons with this update? That'll be interesting to test as well. So Neptuno rocket usually takes about 3 seconds to cover this distance. Yeah, it's pretty quick. Try it at a long distance target. It was said that the warhead size was reduced, but it looks like it's Torpex, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's definitely faster. It's still not visible. Doesn't seem to wobble as much. So that was the biggest gripe I had with the missile. It's not doing much to the armored magazine there on the battle class. Yeah. Definitely feels like less damage. I do know that the visual effects have changed. Let's have a look at Douglas too. The effects for the RBU mortars have changed. It's much more visible now when they're fired. Looks better. Still does the job. Definitely looks better. I feel like that was fairly easy to control. I didn't have too much of an issue getting the rocket on target. It's still it's got a very decent minimum range though. It's about 500 meters at least, maybe longer, before you start getting reaction on the missile. The old skilly shoes. One more look at rockets. Let's have a look at the SKR with its RBUs to see how they perform. Oh, how they look, sorry. Oh yeah, you can definitely see those going off now. So now you'll be aware that the SKR is about to murder you. Previously you had to wait until they hit you before you realized. It does look cool as. I like that. do wish they'd hurry up and implement the ability to actually target ordnance with vessels that have the radar for it. No, the project 12412 doesn't have its missiles. They didn't bring it in. I think they probably changed their mind, or it didn't make it. Yeah, I agree with you. It does assist with tracking very much. Although the range of these is 6 kilometers, you'll never hit anything at 6 kilometers if you're moving and they're moving. So even stationary, we just fell short. So you've got to extend. You see how the hairpin sort of raises up on the superstructure? That's indicative of where it'll hit. So we're trying to throw it. Oh, imagine this is in front of the ship. That's on top, and that's behind. So we want to aim behind. And this should give us better effect. At least that's the rule I use. About to hit, not far away now, watching them on the radar. So even then they fell short. I usually use these at within 3.5 kilometers. That's usually the guaranteed kill range. Alright, let's play some real games now. Yeah, that's the very first thing I looked at when I jumped online. Before I started streaming, I was like, do those missiles work? Because I want to shoot something down with them. Naval realistic activated. Let's get into it. Yeah, I think we're all a little bit sad about that. Very much would have liked to see them. As much as realistic pilots already suffer. They can have a good time in ground RB. If they come here, they're going to have a bad time. Moffett. AI ships. Sverdlov. Crazy Moffett. This one must be real. Is he real? What are you doing, dude? If you turn into him, you absorb the damage and he stops. And you can still keep going on your heading. Thanks, man. Like I said, I really wish I could do it more often. I'm just short on time. If I'm not editing or researching, I'm playing or looking after my kids. And I've found that time is a real commodity at the moment. Rest assured, I will try and do it as often as I can. And I've got a fair amount of endurance. It's 9:15 PM here in Australia. So I've got a few hours to kill. Derp. I'm not sure if you've already seen my video that I made about it. I am feeling positive for the changes. I found there to be no real negative changes according to what I saw. Yeah, I just want to see something implemented first. Just the fact that they've put something on paper, like I've said in a couple of videos previously, is a really good thing, and they don't usually have so much transparency. It just goes to show that we do live in the age of the mob speak does work, if it's justified, and there's enough conviction in the community. Dad life, yeah, it's probably one of the hardest missions I've ever done in my life, but the most rewarding. say the one thing that about streaming is I'm not used to multitasking. I'm normally quite focused when I play. So, trying to teach an old dog new tricks. Excuse me. Choking on my drink. Alright, we're going to sneak up on this point here. Stick our nose out. There's going to be a bunch of guys out there, and we're the leaded formation. So we will draw a fair amount of fire. Looks to be like a Cleveland. All those 6 inches and a few 5 inches in there. Eventually you get to know, recognize what a volley looks like, or who it's come from. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to stick my head around there if they're Clevelands. Or Helenas, as they're more likely to be. Turn that gunfire noise down. It's deafening me. Hit the brakes first. It's already at minimum. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's a clever tactic too. Alrighty, let's get some actual fighting going, hey? I'm actually quite a passive player, believe it or not. I like to find out what's going on before I do anything. Passive when I need to be, aggressive every time other. G'day John Luke, how are you mate? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining me. Got some nice hits there. Slowly make our way towards this point here, see if we can find any targets of opportunity. We've got someone close here. I think he's about there. Oh, he's not moving much at all. I really need someone from my team to stick their nose out, because if I do it, it's going to be a certain death. It's an encounter map and we only have 25 minutes. That's what I don't like about the battle length changes that they made. These used to be full length battles. At least 30 to 40 minutes. But all the mission points abuse that happens during event times changed that. I think it was for the engineer event. Just going to turn away, so I'm not going to be the one that gets shot by everybody. Bunch of dudes over there. Might shoot at this guy though. Lost tracking. If you're looking to know more, then you're in the right place, my friend. This is one of the rare times that I stream. I usually make videos more often than not. The map that we're playing on at the moment doesn't have any capture zones, so I can afford to be pretty passive. And I'm just waiting for some kind of real engagement to happen. I've got a few Chinese friends here that are doing not much. And so I'm forced to, unless I want to get murdered. What to do, what to do. I suppose I could throw my life away and come back in a PT boat, but that wouldn't really help my grind towards the Bravi. Yeah, I can relate to that, my friend. I might just stick my nose out. I'm pretty confident that the enemy ones will be very close too, and I can just maybe try a torpedo attack. I've got 10 really good torpedoes on board. Well, this guy here looks like he might need a shot in the face. Oh, I've been playing HMS Tiger all week, and even these 5-inch guns feel slow compared to Tiger. I'm just basically, I don't know, it's like machine guns. Crazy. It's about the same at the moment, but they don't seem to be doing much. They seem to be doing less than normal, that's for sure. Not much fire happening at all. What's this over here? Little torpedo boat, hey? Request. Oh, the radial menu's changed a bit. Requesting a target for an air attack. Requesting air reconnaissance. Those are new calls. Did anyone else know about those? This guy does not want to come close to me. But I also don't want to get distracted. Oh, we're going to put some torpedoes out on this. Is it Kirov? Oh shit, I'm out of range. Just. It's got to be someone else. Out of range. This guy's not. I got him. Nice. Casual kill. What do we got here? Another Moffett. Doing stupid things. Come on, Poppy Poppy. There we go. Who else wants some? See, they're not doing anything, really. So now's the time to play realistic, guys. The bots can't play. They don't seem to be doing much of anything. Like normally, in cruiser fights, there'd be hails of gunfire. Got aircraft inbound. Oh, it's one of those AFK. They constantly slowing down in airspeed. So just aim underneath them. If you can get the traverse right, there we go. That should get him. Close enough's good enough. What's the reason that I play Naval? To be honest with you, I got bored of all the other modes. I used to play a lot of World of Warships when it first started, and I've always had an extreme interest in warships, spaceships, like the whole lot. And I really enjoy it. I think it's there's a lot of love that's gone into the models themselves. Like the game modelers have done a great job of these ships. The damage model is some of the best I've ever played in a naval game, and it's one of the first games that I've ever played that lets you play modern ships and aircraft in a multiplayer game with other guys, not just versing AI fleets. Yeah, 100%. God, like, look how close I'm getting. They're not even really. You know, I sort of like to style myself as the master of stealth, but this is not usual. Like, that's a really good idea. Why not? Let's just put on a anti-mech and get some free kills. Yeah, that's right. You get more chances to play. I think having 3 lives and then 2 aircraft is a really good balance for a game mode. And I think because there's not a lot of interest in naval, Gaijin don't squeeze this game mode as hard as they do ground RB and air RB. So yeah, there's some ridiculously priced premiums as well, but I mean, the economy's always been pretty good in naval. I've never had an instance where I've really lost money, unless I'm an idiot and spawn 3 battleships in a match, which you're encouraged not to do by having those repair costs. I like to imagine it as I take a deck of ships, whether that be one of every class, and I try something in every role. It doesn't matter what battle rating I'm at. I agree. I want to see some modern Italian stuff too. There goes a kill there with the torpedoes. Let's put some out on this Italian guy. Put some out. No, they're not going to get there, will they? Yeah, maybe. And some out on this guy over here, maybe. He's going backwards, so... We've still got 9 minutes to go, so I can be pretty casual. Got 3 minutes left on the anti-mech. Favorite ship in the game? I couldn't really tell you, mate. I have so many that I like. I would say I really like the Baltimore. I really like the Des Moines class. I really like the Soviet destroyers of all flavors. Mainly because growing up in a Defense Force family, we weren't really told about the Russian strength. So they were always sort of mocked, if that makes sense. And yeah, so I didn't know much about the Russian Navy other than you didn't want to mess with their subs. And if you got caught by one of their cruisers by yourself, you should probably just give up. For torpedo boats, I would say the SKR is a strong favorite just simply by how powerful it is. But for looks, I love the Project 206, as I mentioned earlier. But I don't really have a favorite. I couldn't honestly say I like this ship more than others. I try and use every boat and try and discover the strengths of every ship. Which is how I played air and ground as well. And the only reason I don't play a lot of ground is because I don't feel like it's very well designed game mode or game loop. I've always felt like it's designed to make you angry. And for me, games are supposed to be about relaxation and getting away from a stressful life. I also like strategy games. I'm a big strategy gamer, and I like coming up with a plan and fulfilling that plan. I do love my Twitch shooters, but just War Thunder Ground Forces just doesn't sit well with me. And I really hope that these changes that come make it more accessible for everybody. Yeah, mate, both of my parents were in the Australian Air Force. So I spent my early years on RAF Base Pierce, which is our equivalent to Top Gun School. It's called Flight Training School Number 2. And that's where all the pilot candidates who've made it through and they're like, yep, you can be an Air Force pilot. These guys come and they're trying to be the best of the best, and they're going to fly the FA-18s and our soon-to-arrive F-35s. Yeah, mate. I think that's the same. Like I've said it to the boys in the Discord, but when I was growing up, I remember my father had a beer cooler to keep your stubbies cold, and on the it was an official RAF beer cooler, and on the outside it said, you know, Australia, keeping Australia strong, and it had the RAF logo. But you turn it inside out, and it had the sickle and hammer, and it basically said fuck Russia, to put it bluntly. Now that's not necessarily a great attitude to have, and I've grown up with an open mind, but like I said, we just weren't told much. And I remember I had a book about all the aircraft in the world when I was a kid, and I remember showing my dad the MiG-25. I was like, Dad, look at this aircraft. It looks amazing, you know. I want one. And he looked at me like I'd strangled my baby brother. So we don't talk about MiGs in this house. So it's a bit of a running joke that I'm allergic to MiGs. Genetically allergic to them. This has been the most casual. I'm like, oh, now I'm getting shot at. Well, he's the only real guy here, is he? No, he's not. Oh well, let's kill some of these convoy ships. Getting smashed now, but I don't care. It's alright. We're just here to chat and have fun. As long as I earn my standard 4,000 RP a match. One of the best things that I'm really excited for is the RP multiplier if you get more than 3, 6 or 9 kills in a battle. I think that's one of the most exciting changes, because that really rewards skilled play, and it might encourage people to try a bit harder. Or there's an incentive to push a little bit harder. If I just get one more kill, I'll be able to get that extra 20% or so. I sure have. Very excited about that. Very, very excited indeed. Although I will admit I haven't heard anything recent, so if you know of any recent developments, feel free to share them to me. First death, we got 2 minutes left, so I'm not going to use my backup. I might just come in the... Oh, I've got to buy some ammunition for this. I won't use that. Let's see what the gods give us. What aircraft shall we get? Ah, we've been blessed with a Year 2. Has it got a decent bomb load at least? Nope, because I just dropped them on the ground. Oh man, you can tell I'm tired. So, that's the efforts of my Kaz. Just dropped the other one too. Fuck. Fat fingers, mate. G'day, girlsy. Hope I said that right. Welcome. Glad to see you here, mate. A few people have been saying that I should make a meet the team video for War Thunder Naval. Or even just War Thunder in general. I liked a couple of your latest TikToks, mate. I've enjoyed seeing those. You do really well with the World of Warships ones, especially. I didn't realize that World of Warships had that degree of camera control. When I first started playing it, it did not have anything like that. Oh, excellent. If you can't say it, then that makes me feel much better. I'll just call you GG. GG, GG. So I wasted 2 out of my 3 bombs. And 2 out of my 3 minutes. So we're not even going to get to the strike zone in time. I might down the battle rating a bit. We might see some more action at a lower battle rating. That's an interesting fact. I didn't know that. Oh wait, we might get to drop the bomb at least. Line up the lead and probably drop it about there. Even then, that was an overshot. See, we've made 8,000 RP, and look how casually we were playing. We weren't really trying. I mean, we made terrible income in arcade. But I made 55,000, and I honestly didn't feel like I was doing much. Or should I just up the ante and just go Blue Water, Chapayev, Swarm? I don't know, I've got option paralysis. I've got too many ships now. I'll just stick with the plan. Oh, I would never tell you to grind another tree. I will always tell you what I think, but I play ships subjectively. I'll always go in with an open mind. I don't care what nation it is, and I'll see if I can make it work. Because the men that sailed those ships had to make it work, so why shouldn't I? Okay. This is a pretty forgiving map. If we're at 5.7, then they'll all go up on that island here, and there'll be a few out here. If it is lower than that, they'll all be here, and a couple will be here. And it's a Frank Knox. You know what? I'm going to try to be an asshole. The temptation's always too great for me to do coastal shenanigans. Coastals are my favorites, if I'm going to be honest. If you were to compare my player card to most other naval players, you would probably see a very, very high amount of vessels in my top 10 are all coastals. Being from a country surrounded by sea, it makes sense to want to defend it. An asshole, yeah, a bit. Yeah. But I'm going to consciously do it. I had my pineapple pizza for patch night. Project 206 is nice and fast, 84 kilometers an hour on flat water. which is more than enough time to get to possibly the best ambush spot in all of Naval. And usually you can sail in open water against these guys and they won't usually shoot at you. But I really do hope that these changes to main gun firing will fix the problems, because the game needs a bit more oomph to attract the average Joe. Alrighty. Looking clear. There's a lot more destroyers out there than normal. Get the torpedo solution working. We're running at 8 kilometers, 93 k's an hour. I always check my torpedoes because I'm prone to changing torpedo modes between battle ratings. Look at that floating destroyer out there. Yeah, it's honestly the most fun I have ever had in this game, in the whole of my War Thunder experience. I think the most fun has been defined by some of the crazy stuff I've got up to in custom battles and torpedo boat hunting. Like, there's this thrill that you know you're gonna die. You know you're gonna die. And you just want to make it count, at least. My lonely little crew of men and I are gonna make a damn difference. And, you know, my one boat, your cruiser with 1,000 souls on board. You know, even if you win, I win. Alright, what do we got coming up on? Very close. Very, very close. Oh, scheisse. We're being a little bit slow to get to the point. But I think this is going to work. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. I'm going to fire 3 at him. And I'm going to keep 1 in reserve. Now, the hardest thing with this boat is its reverse. Transitioning between fast and slow. We don't want this guy to see us. Just keep going on your course, my friend. Going to keep the cover between us and him. Hit the forward before we hit into the island. I'm pretty confident we might get at least 1. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Come on. Shit, he saw it. That was a pretty good effort, considering it's a Blaggerodny. And 1 away. Nah, missed out. We only missed him by a smidgen. It was literally maybe 10 meters. And even though I died, I am not angry, because that was totally my mistake. You know, I left myself to die there in the hopes that I would get him first. And that's the most exciting thing for me. And now what we do is we finish him off for daring to ruin my fun. Now the Blaggerodny here, he has a weakness like the Moffett. So I just got to get to his before he gets to mine. Which we may do here. Come on, come on, come on. Hitting the brakes, hitting the brakes. Turning away to dodge that. I've just got to get him down a little bit further. Oh, he's sinking. Yeah, very, very close. Normally I have a bit more time to plan, but that guy was really pushing it towards the alpha point, and those destroyers are fast. Like I said, I'm pretty pleased with that. Like, I made him poop himself. Okay, praise the Omnisire. We have had a kill. There we go. Top it off with another one. The Frank Knox can die like a Moffett. It's just a little bit harder to hit. Oh, Graf Spee. Been seeing those a lot. And at that range, I'm not really keen to fight him. Those 11-inch guns just have such a good velocity that they're very hard to dodge. If he opens fire on me, I'll reply. Yeah, you'll find a lot of destroyers do, because the amount of machinery room that had to be put into a destroyer design to make it fast, and also the streamlining of the rear hull, the rear keel, sorry, it didn't leave a lot of room for an aft ammunition store, and as a result, a lot of them did sit high. I mean, I couldn't tell you if in real life the porters would explode as violently as they do, but as it translates to the game, unfortunately, a lot of destroyers do have that weakness. How did I get to know Oddbores? Well, I'm pretty sure he reached out to me and said, hey, how you going, mate? I really like your content, but your thumbnails suck. And I was like, thank you so much for your constructive criticism, because like that's the only way you're going to know. And so I had a bit of a masterclass with Odd. He spent just over an hour with me teaching me how the algorithm works, how to make an attractive thumbnail. I mean, I'm still learning every day. I'm not by any means a Photoshop expert. And yeah, he was really supportive. And he basically supported me and just said that, he thought that I could get to the content creator program. And yeah, I made it. So I'm pretty pleased with that. And he is a fantastic dude. So if you're not subscribed to Odd, please do it, just to repay him for what he did for me, because I'm very grateful for that assistance. You should always be trying to learn something in your life, and don't be too humble to learn something from someone that knows more than you. Looks like we're just going to fight the same guy today. Front to back, front to back. So only the two dudes that are actually playing in this battle. We're going to wipe each other out. It's a pretty even fight. I just wish I had RBUs because I could hit him from there. My pleasure, man. My pleasure. Making videos, you don't really get a chance to know anybody outside of, who I meet in the Discord. So I will endeavor to do these more often. It's a mixture of energy at the end of the day, lack of time, and a little bit of nervousness. Just finding the motivation. My engine is absolutely balked. This guy has the advantage because he's moving towards cover, so I'm going to be very cautious. And I'm going to let him do what he wants to do. There we go. Don't really want to go out there yet. I need to get rid of these torpedoes. They're a bit of a liability. So I'm going to dump probably half. But I time them because I don't know where he's gone. So we'll just put up a bit of a screen. It's a bit of a stalemate. I'm very low crew, and I don't really want to engage another person with him steaming this way towards me. Let's see if this little screen will work. We're just putting a line of torpedoes that he has to like beach himself to survive. Just one after the other. We've still got 3 left. It's going to give him a string to dodge. When he makes his moves, fire another one. And this should overcome him so that he can't concentrate trying to expose that rear ammo rack. It's all about the mind games, but we took each other out. Not bad, not bad. I managed to make him do what I want. That's what the plan was. Fortunately, we managed to stab each other in the face. Now, I wonder if he's going to come back in a PE-8. Or is he done for? Yeah, fair trade. I felt like I was at a disadvantage of that fight, so better than what I expected. Pop. Goes the weasel. A few blokes left. I'm also going to start grinding out the Tomcat as well, because it would be the only aircraft that I don't have. So keep an eye out. There'll no doubt be a Tomcat montage of some description. P-47. And we just know, because he's doing funky stuff, keep an eye on him. Dum, 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 dum. Alrighty. P-47 is down. Oh, they're capturing the Charlie Point. And I've got no eyes on the Charlie Point. Shots out. Another aircraft up. Ooh, just short of him there. Got contact. Slowing down to try and defeat his gunnery. We have the better rangefinder. Now, just always keep in mind that the hairpin, or the little thumbtack, is the green little thing on your screen, is your aiming point, and that's where you should be really aiming your lead for. If it's swaying back and forward like that, it means you've got a large angle or a large tilt to your ship, or the seas are very rough. At high speed, the more you maneuver, the more movement will be in that little thumbtack. And for those of you that know how to play naval, you're like, shut the fuck up, Ty. Just kill that guy. And I did it for you. See? Done. Your wish is my command. Oh, we got to get to the Bravo point. Are we going to lose? I guess one thing that I have forgotten to mention is I would like to see a change to the tickets, because the ticket bleed is definitely for ground RB. There's no way that my destroyer can get there. I reckon we'll have nearly no tickets left by the time I get there. The shells that hit the water are hitting so close that they're hitting through the water and getting into his hull. So if you drop the shells right in front of them and they're moving towards you, there's a very good chance you'll get through the through the hull, through the water line. But it only works with armor piercing and semi-armor piercing shells. You have to have the shells land very close though. So you can either aim for the hull or aiming to get inside the ship, or you can aim for the superstructure, which is going to do crew damage to a certain point. So in this case here, if I want to get that same effect, the red dot, the red marker is the center of mass on this enemy cruiser, and the length of the ship is about nearly 10 degrees each way from the center point. So I can afford to aim 10 degrees either side of that red marker and I'll still hit something on his ship. So I'm going to aim in front because he's heading towards us, or our distance is closing. And I'm going to aim just in front of the lead marker there, aiming to try and hit the front of his magazines. And as the shells are splashing close, you'll see that some of them are still hitting. And there is also a slight amount of dispersion between each shell because they're separate turrets. So one shell that's hitting the water, his sister shell may still be hitting the ship itself. We didn't do any meaningful damage to that guy, but the Graf Spee is now taking angry shots at us with high explosive. We're pretty safe against high explosive. Okay, that's relating to battleships at this stage, so battleships only. If you're playing battleships, you're basically only going to be able to kill them in another battleship, from my understanding, because nothing else will get through the citadel. If you're in a cruiser, you're going to have to chip away at the crew by killing all the secondaries, killing all the mounts, the radar mounts, the bridge, and waiting for him to repair them and then doing it again. But I haven't yet played at that tier, so I can't tell you exactly how it's going to behave. Previously, you could gun a battleship to death using smaller rounds, because they didn't really have a citadel mechanic aside from doing damage to the actual rooms on the modules. When I was firing at that guy, I was trying to get through the belt just underneath the magazine, just underneath the second turret. Aiming to try and get his magazine there. Yeah, I know. Helena shells are just a freak of nature, aren't they? Now, we've managed to capture the point. So the game is now stabilized. My Korean friend in his French cruiser, to thank for that second capture. Thirsty work. Going to open another raspberry soft drink. Yeah, Kronstadt, they can go to hell, that thing. Although they're a little bit more squishy than they used to be. Their armor isn't as great as it used to perform. I did have a test drive of the Kronstadt, and I meant to make a video about it, but unfortunately I accidentally deleted my working folder that week and deleted all the videos I'd captured. Nonetheless, the Kronstadt wasn't as strong as when I actually had to fight it. And it had a tendency to get ammo racked or flood out if you were moving at high speed and took some serious damage. But the Kronstadt's B turret, the magazine underneath the B turret, can be reliably penetrated with a large gun now. Super, super casual. Where are you at? Graf Spee has run around the island, so I won't have to fight him now. And assuming my French friend here... Oh wait, he's a Blagorodny now. We should be all good to win. Alright, I know this guy's taken a fair bit of damage already, so we're going to attack the rear of the ship, where I'm pretty sure he hasn't taken much damage. No, he hasn't. So I'm aiming for the crew compartments here, just next to the turrets, just to finish off the last of his crew. He only had 12%, and those two rounds into his fresh crew compartment at the rear let me finish him off. Right, now we have final aircraft up. But they've J'd out. Now what do we have? Oh, SMS Elbing, a light cruiser. I'm just going to dump all my torpedoes for this guy. I'm doing a light spread. And then a second one. There'll be a slight difference in angle, and they should intersect close to where he is. So if I've done that right, they will come in from every single angle, and they should, in theory, be undodgeable if he doesn't see them. But because I'm now shooting at him, there's a high chance he'll try and dodge. So generally, if you're going to make a torpedo attack, just throw them out there and casually slink away. Not bad, 5,500 research points. Are there any ships that anyone wants to see? We don't have to play non-stop Soviets. I'm happy to play anything that you guys want to see. Perhaps leave a couple of requests for me, and I shall be back in about 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you for waiting. I just had to currently check on my family, make sure the kids are okay. So what have we got? Japanese torpedo hunting. Unfortunately, I don't have HMS Glorious yet. I have been working on her all week. That's taken me... I had no research at the start of this week. So I played the hell out of HMS Tiger while I have it. And almost there. Although that is something that we could do. HMS Daring, that's a new British destroyer. If the previous one is anything to go by, she'll be super squishy. Super explodey. Yeah, sorry about that. I'll get onto that as soon as I can. You know what? Let's try hard mode. I'll have to dump this book, can I? Dump, dump, dump. 4.0, 4.3, 4.3, that'll do. Do a couple of coastal matches. I haven't touched Project 50 yet. Or I have a few things, not too much. So that might give us a chance to unlock her as well. What do we need to spend money on? Apparently I'm out of ammunition. I've got a backup for that guy as well, so there we go. See what we can do with her. Alright, so we'll do one match with this bad boy, see what we can do. And then, yeah, I'll keep playing the Tiger if you guys want to see me finish off Glorious. That should probably take 3, maybe 4 battles, depending on how the matchmaker is. Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Put a lot of thought into trying to make things exciting, because the biggest complaint I hear is that it's not fun. Well, it is fun. Oh, we got the new map. We got the new map. Holy crap. We got the new map. So how does this work? Shit, now I want something survivable. Oh, no, I'm going to stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. Alright, boys, welcome to the new map, Franz Josef Land. This is a map that has new fortifications on it, apparently, that you can destroy, I think. Or they'll just destroy you, maybe. We'll find out. We are running at S701, Frank Knox, so we're running at 4.7 at least. It always excites me to see new maps. Look at this. Let's have a look at the scenery. What have we got here? Some kind of oil rig. A mining town attached to the oil rig. Oh, just for clarity as well, I don't pay much attention to the dev blogs or the dev server or anything like that. I just like to play it once it gets to the live server because I hate it when stuff changes. So, Artie one-shots the base, does it? Okay, good to know. Have you played this map yet, Rowan? My bridge is gone, mysteriously dead. Who shot me? Stream sniped. Oh, I was probably just one shot by a fortification, do you reckon? Or I can be one shot, sorry. So you do want something survivable. Where are they? Just out of sight. Okay, so you played on the dev server. Sorry, this is new environment for me. I'm just trying to concentrate. Trying to soak in all the sights. Yeah, the coastal artillery is awesome. I love it. I have a target here, so we'll mark him up. In case you didn't know, if you mark a target, it used to show it all the time. I'm not sure if they've fixed that. So even if I couldn't spot him, you'd still see the reticle moving behind the cover. One of those little exploits that I didn't like to advertise until I knew that it was sort of gone. I remember there was one time I played Naval EC and I spawned in a Moffett and I spawned in on top of a mountain inside the ground with only my turrets poking out. And I was allowed to sit there for a minute before I got killed for being beached. Oh, the Sea Whiz has got different noise. Did you guys hear that? It's very chunky sounding. What, we got another guy? What's that? Just outside the capture zone. Yeah, I'm not sure which map it was. It was Naval Enduring Confrontation, and it was one of the tropical maps. Oh, it's got absolutely wrecked by a Tashkent. I want to take the rocket boat. Yeah, Samurai, it's a pretty interesting map. This is literally the very first time I've played it, so apparently there's fortifications on it. I was trying to find them. Taking something a little bit faster now so we can just scout around the map. Alright. Trouble, here we come. Are the icebergs deadly? Can you go over those? Yeah. Push them under the water. It does take a little while to overheat. It's probably 3 seconds, I would say. You've got about 3 seconds of burst before it starts to get inaccurate from heat. I like to do 1 second bursts. But the new sound was interesting. It sounds like a Gatling gun. I do wish they'd stop changing the sound engine all the time, though. You get used to certain sound cues and then they go and change them on you. It's about a medium-sized map. Be interesting to see what it's like at cruiser level. Does anyone know how much damage the coastal emplacements do? Like, are they going to wreck a destroyer, or are they just a threat to coastal boats? Bad guys, where are you? We said to everyone we were going to make it fun. Where is everyone? Yeah, I think it needs to be made easier to shoot sea mines too. Like, the only ships that I've had real success with are the ones that have crazy rates of fire. Let's put some rockets on this. I think this is the guy that killed us. Slow down a little bit. Oh, the grads really obscure your vision now. That just killed my frame rate. Get some more rockets in your face, mate. You kind of have to keep moving to avoid the smoke obstruction. Those are all good solid hits. Keep going with that. Oh, we've lost control. We're going too fast now. Slow it down a little bit. Get some stability to the craft. Hit flank again. Come on, boy. Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this now. Come on, get him in. Get him. Ah! We've run out of rockets. We'll call artillery in on his position. Okay, so it's different. That's good to know as well. I think I might do a custom match at some point tomorrow and have a look and really explore the map, see what's possible. Got our coastal artillery coming in now on this position. Hopefully we've estimated his movements correctly. There we go, finished off with artillery. We don't have anything else in the way of heavy weaponry now. We used all of our rockets on that guy. Yeah, it's a premium boat that was available during the Battle Pass last season. It's got the BM-21 Grad rocket system. It's an Egyptian boat. I couldn't actually find any real-life history or service information about the boat, but knowing how close Egypt were with the Soviets, it wouldn't surprise me that they acquired a boat with such a system on it. Very powerful in the right hands, in the right circumstances. On a flat water map, this thing has insane accuracy, out to 9 kilometers. We're going to get nice and close to this guy in case he drops the torps, but he's pretty safe to be near. And now we're just going to make sure we take out all of his squishy stuff, all the torpedo bays. Oh no, he just took out our gun. What are the chances, hey? Die, fellas, die. Oh, he shot our gun again. Very nice, very nice. And our bridge. See you, mate. Any second now. There we go. Call that one in. See, normally I'd go back to... I would sit on the capture point. Oh, that was an AI. It's even more shameful. Yeah, the grad drive-bys are amazing. So it's a little bit like airfield AA in that if you get too close, they just get better and better and better until you die. I'm pretty sure there's been a couple of free boats in the free part of the Battle Pass, but don't quote me on that. I could have sworn that the Z25 was free. And Z25 is arguably the best reward. I earned so much silver lives with that boat. And it's got such a low battle rating for a 15 centimeter armed destroyer. Yeah, that Clemson got me real good. Okay, so they're totally vulnerable to airstrikes. A little bit bouncy. Can't get much. The funniest thing about this boat is it used to absolutely delete destroyers from within 3 to 4 kilometers because the damage models, the men used to be glued to the outside of the boat and you could just spray like that and it would go from 100 to 0 in no time at all. Now it's a little bit harder. The boats like the Clemson, they've got all those torpedo bays on the deck. They just get wrecked with their crew levels. Oh, thank for that, Putso. I thought the Z25 was the free one. My mistake. I could be wrong. Like I said, I have actually had the Battle Pass every single season, so I've received every single award. And a lot of the times I also earn enough war bonds to get one, maybe two premiums out of the war bond shop. So every season I'm getting about 3 to 5 premiums, and previously 4 to 6 before they reduced the amount of rewards. I also find progression's pretty good when you have the battle pass because you just have an abundance of boosters. And it's fairly easy to get to level 75. If you log in every day, just by logging in, I think you can get to like level 20 just with login points. Then just completing one task every day will get you another, I think it's another 10 levels, something like that. I should actually make a video where I explain the maths, because I have done the maths to work it out. The mine's got you, hey? I remember I was in my USS Cyclone, and I was towing the Gabbiano, the Italian Gabbiano. Because the Cyclone is the USS Cyclone is an amazing tow vessel. It's very, very good for towing slower riverboats or slow frigates into battle. It's got a nice top speed in realistic of 65 k's an hour. It's got a lot of power. So if you've got a friend in a Zippo, use a Cyclone to tow a Zippo into battle, and it's actually a really effective combination. No one expects a Zippo attached to the back of a 60-kilometer-an-hour coastal patrol vessel, which looks like it should tow because it's got this nice little rib crane here. What were we doing next? Let me have a look at my second screen. We were doing Glorious, weren't we? We're going to make our way to Glorious. So let's jump into Tiger. We've got a really good airstrike option in this. No, better not use that one. Let's use the Sterling because it's not spaded. And the Firecrest. The Firecrest is a nice little Kaz option. It doesn't have the greatest armament in terms of secondary. It's got two 500-pounders. But it's very fast, and it's got dive brakes. And it's probably the best role for this because it's not very competitive in air RB. Ground RB, it's interesting. It's an interesting vehicle. Okay, I can see why that's frustrating then, Putzo. My apologies for getting that wrong. Oh, nice. British Avenger. I think I have that. All right. In we go. HMS Tiger. I don't think we're in a very good server because the packet loss on this one's a bit janky. 10%. I really enjoyed the 701. I think that's a great torpedo boat. It's got more torpedoes than most destroyers. So you can be very creative with it. Fuck, battlecruiser. Woo! Just one singular salvo to see what it is. And then we're going to do our best to avoid that guy like the plague. A small, a medium, and a large base per side. Okay. If you don't mind sharing one of those screenshots at some point, I'd like to have a look. I'll no doubt explore it myself as well. Yeah, it's a little frustrating that you don't have custom loadouts below a certain battle rating. Try and clip one of these Moffetts and get them out of the fight quickly. Oh, you're actually a wiki mod. I didn't know that. Well, thank you very much for the work you guys do. It's invaluable. Because I know that a lot of the information takes a lot of work to find. As someone that does that kind of searching myself, I understand the amount of work it takes, so thank you. Does that mean you'd be able to tell me how I can go about getting videos onto the wiki? Because I just didn't know how to do it. And I feel like some of my videos might be relevant. Thanks, Rowan. I appreciate that. Take on a rudder hit. Rudder box has been hit. What have we been smashed by? A couple of Noxes over here. They're nice and close. We can open up with everything, I think. We can take that risk. No, I'm not pushing either of the edges because I don't know what that battlecruiser is and I don't really feel like fighting him just yet. It'd be much better to fight him when I know the rest of the playing field is level. Oh, the P-51D has a custom loadout. Really? That's one of my favorite CAS aircraft. I'm going to check that out. It's like a staple of my naval CAS line. The one grievance I have with the Tiger is the secondaries and the primaries are not very well linked. So there's significant amount of dispersion between the two streams. Oh, cool. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, Patso. A nice little cluster of Noxes here. Means it shouldn't really matter where we aim, we'll hit something. And then that's when the silver lines will start to flow. Oh, he blew up. It's not very fun. Take a moment to coordinate where those streams were going. Got a bit crazy there. Lost the rear turret. Whatever hit us really hard. Basically lost 60% of our life in one hit. But it didn't really make any visual impact on the... That'll do it. Lost our bridge for the next minute and a half. Oh, it's the battlecruiser. Gotta be the battlecruiser. Oh, it's a heavy cruiser. Hipper, no doubt. No doubt it's a Hipper. So we're going to switch to HEVT now. Like I said in my HMS Tiger video, I think that's probably the better choice against a Hipper when you're in the Tiger. Just to strip down all of those extra secondary mounts that he has. Oh, I've lost my bridge again. It's almost every single time you take a shot, you'll lose your bridge. Even when they shoot you in the rear. And now, obviously, I can't do anything to avoid him. Which makes that super frustrating. I can understand why people get really angry about that. Removing player agency is never a good thing. So he's just got free reign on me. Well, it hasn't really eventuated. That's what happens when you try and show off. I've had no bridge for the last 4 minutes. That's probably exaggerating, but it feels like that. Because when you lose your bridge, you get this weird artifact where the aiming doesn't stay still. So it's almost useless to shoot. Oh, come on, for the love of... Oh, we're going to switch to AP. We're within 6 kilometers. Finally got the bridge back online. I'm not getting any effective hits here at all. Lost that bridge again. Dropped some smoke. Seemed to be turning away from him. And this is the theme of Britain, unfortunately. You just never have control for more than a minute or two. Fortunately, we're proving to be pretty stalwart, and we're not going down without a fight. But we're also not doing much to this guy. I think we did 20% crew damage over the course of that entire engagement. Yeah, he just clipped me over the top. Let's see if we can do something tricky in there. No, we'll do this one. We'll go the Firecrest. On our way, we'll be there shortly. Now, I don't know whether to do a high angle attack or really... He's really close to that island. I think I might go high angle. We'll ascend to about 6,000 feet. 6,500 feet. Got a secondary target here which looks more appealing. If the Hipper starts firing at us early, I will change to the other target. Onwards we go. Ready to dive. Oh, he's opened up now. It's not ideal. It's about a 3 second delay. So as long as we keep moving, we'll hit the dive now. Direction of travel, drop the bomb, drop the bomb. No good. He got our wing just as I went to drop. Not even close. It's going to be a tough fight. Because we are the only person left. But I don't quit the fights. And if I have to, I'll just come back in a PT boat and win that way. Looks like we're fighting an Omaha class. Fairly easy fight, even at long range. But the minute every other one else sees where we're at, we're going to cop fire from everywhere. This is also outside of my normal play time for War Thunder. I normally play War Thunder during the Australian day while my kids are at school. So it's interesting to see how the matchmaking plays out. I'm going to get this guy down eventually. We're gradually working our way towards the front of his ship. I think we've managed to damage every single component on the deck. I wish there was more in the way of, more that I could show you. Right, now we're taking fire. We should be able to get a quick kill on this destroyer, maybe. We need to start moving around because we're taking fire and we are the last person alive. I generally play on 3 servers all the time, so I'll always have US, EU, and South Asia. I think that's what SA stands for. And if I can't find a game, which is very rare because I think my waiting time is usually only about a minute, I will play Russian servers. And so I tend to play Russian servers when I'm playing lower tier coastal because there are less players at low tier. You don't start to see really good player numbers until the destroyers come into play. There's that battle cruiser. It's a Japanese one. Kuma. It's not as dangerous as I was expecting when I saw the word battle cruiser. Let's go back to this cruiser we were killing before. Taking some damage there. Get the fire repair. It's that cruiser again. The heavy from before. I'm gonna get this guy down. Hopefully. A couple more hits. Yep, he's done for. Fire repair underway. It's a really good change that we're going to see free fire repair kits on ships that are fitted from the dry dock with them. Is that an Atlanta doing that? No, it's just a destroyer. Now we have to really keep wiggling here because if this guy gets us one more time, we're going to get clapped. I need to switch back to him, I think. We don't have the best accuracy because I am taking such violent maneuvers. Absolutely no luck against this Admiral Hyperclass. Just getting no contact whatsoever. I'm going to switch back to HEVT once the repair's finished. Get these underway. Gotta make some connections sooner or later. They're capturing the C point, and I'm still very far away from the A point. Still 53%. I'm like basically just wasting my time shooting at this guy. I think I've lost all the ammunition in my secondaries. Yeah, we've lost the ammunition. Some guy named Elliot, we'll have to shoot at him. He's a bit of a threat. I guess the one bonus is, right, if we die here, assuming I have enough time, I can come back in a PT boat and attack this battle cruiser in closed waters at the Charlie point. He's moving very close to Bravo. So if I give him lots of damage, take away all of his secondaries, etc. If I can capture the point, if for some reason he kills me, I'll be able to attack him in a PT boat, the Dark. Which one have I got? I've got the Dark Aggressor. You can put them in the self-promotion channel, mate, just so everyone can see them as well. Thank you, Rowan. Appreciate that. All right, Alpha Point is going to be ours. Oh, what? Where'd the tickets go? Oh my God, I wasn't watching the ticket bleed. Did that pick up rapidly? Could have sworn I had more time than that. Anyway, we did a good job considering we were the only person in that team. How close are we to Glorious? We got another 24,000 to go. Collab with Ash? Oh, I would love to. He's a pretty busy guy, I'm assuming. He hasn't been well lately. But if he's around, I'll hang out with him. Aussie stream might be nice, or Aussie collab. It's a small world, this one. Yeah, I know, right? Thanks, Pyro. I agree. I had a plan and everything, and then it's like, nope, mate. Thanks for capturing the point, but you still lose. Better luck next time. Well, we got a Project 206. He's a brave man. Project 123 Biz. We might be in a super low tier here. 4.7. No, there's a Des Moines. Scratch that. Hopes are dashed. Alright, I'm going to follow that guy's lead. That was my other assumption, is if we were at high tier, that's why you'd want to do that. Oh, how big are our explosives in the torpedoes? They're 300 kilos. They're big enough. Let's follow suit. I'm going to hunt these down. The soundtrack that you're listening to, if you can hear it, is courtesy of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the robot machine cult of Mars. This is probably my 5th game since the patch dropped, and we haven't touched battleships at the moment. I was grinding out the Soviet Bravi, but we're just playing for fun at the moment. I have noticed there's been less gunfire. Like, there was one game I played recently in this Spokojny at the start of the stream where we weren't really shot at. There wasn't a lot of gunfire happening, and I thought that might be due to the changes to the primary fire, but that could just be subjective as well. But I do intend to really thoroughly test out the Citadel mechanic. Probably not on the stream. But if I could somehow be motivated to do this more, I have to start drinking more energy drinks, or start drinking energy drinks. The doctor would kill me if he knew that. Yeah, that's what we were hoping for. If that was the case, I was saying to everyone, just get online now and kill us everything while you can. I sailed a Spokojny up within 3 kilometers of an entire fleet, and they didn't even really react. And we've lost connection to the server, apparently. Yeah, it may have just been subjective or wishful thinking, Rowan. Not enough data. Yeah, we just got kicked from that battle. It's the first one for the night, and fucking crew lock. Thank you very much. For being such a coward and quitting the match, you get a 5-minute crew lock. My pleasure, Pyro. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for watching the stream. I look forward to talking to you again, mate. Take care. Enjoy your day or night, depending on where you are in the world. Alright. Let's change to... what was the other request I saw before? Was someone wanted me to do something torpedo-y with Japan? Blue water lineup. Let's do some torpedo-y stuff with IJM Miyoko. I've got Ikoma here as well. I've been gradually working on her. She's more of an opportunistic spawn. If I come into a 4.7 battle, I'll bring her out just to see how we go. She's not too bad. The reload rate is leaves a little bit to be desired, and the armor belt wasn't fantastic against the older spam of Moffett gunfire. Since they've reworked the high explosives, it has been a bit kinder to play. Anyway, we'll jump in. Just for a bit of trolley. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Let's do it. At the moment, I'm playing all servers because I wanted there to be guaranteed games for the stream. If you're playing in a 4-man squad, you'll really struggle to find games, but up to 3-man, you'll find games. A little bit of patience is all that's required. But I find when you're with a group of good blokes anyway, it doesn't really matter because you just have a good chat and wait. Okay, we're back to Franz Josef land, and we have a much better or much sturdier lineup than when we were here a moment ago. Oh, we've got a Moffett. I might take a Ikoma. Got a 13 kilo warhead. What is... Yeah, I'll take Alakoma. Give it a shot. Why not? Here we go. All right. So, tactics with this bad boy. Stagger your fire. Take your time. Watch out for idiots and torpedoes alike. If you see something super heavy, prioritize those guys. First shot's away. Minor lead. And we'll see where that lands. You've got... Oh, that was very close. Not bad, not bad. He's going to turn now because he's like, wow, that was close. And I'm thinking that... Is that a Furitaka? Or something along the lines? He's wiggling. Who are we versing? Just a generic player. You missed me lose a match because I wasn't paying attention to the ticket bleed and I thought I had more time. You missed me attack a Spokojny. Attack a Spokojny in my PT boat. Did you see that? And I failed at the last moment. We had a fairly long battle in the HMS Tiger. 2 battles in the Tiger. And because I got kicked out, I got a disconnect in the last match using the Dark Adventurer. And I got a crew lock. So now we're using Japan. But all these goddamn Moffets. Got a pretty generous secondary loadout, but it has a fairly slow reload time. I don't want to linger in the open waters for too long around this fella because... Oh, we got him! With a 4.5-inch gun. We must have hit a torpedo or something. Poor guy. Well, you're back just in time to see me delete this Japanese cruiser from existence with my secondary armament. We channeled the old Moffett curse. Oh, we were about to collide. Sorry, my friend. It took me a long time to build that speed up, too. We just come to a dead stop. Wow, he gave us some spin. Look at us turn. That's probably the fastest thing this thing has ever turned. I can't control it. Put all of his energy into us and we're still turning to port despite having a fair amount of speed and a full starboard rudder. God, the game will be over by the time I get this under control this turn. Meanwhile, we'll just shoot at this guy. Oh, there's a red... Is that a red turret? On a porter? That's cool. Different. Oh, we got that turn underway now. That took a good 45 seconds to recover from that collision. As we enter the second hour of our stream for tonight, playing the first few matches of the La Royale patch. So far, not much has changed in the general gameplay that we've seen. But perhaps this boat will show us the sturdiness of the new Citadel mechanic if it applies to this boat. Keeping an eye out for torpedoes. Because you need about a minute's warning to avoid them. Okay, what there is one of those. I am attacking the dummy naval base. Okay. Localization issue. I'm going to bring the scope. Okay, that's freaking out, the scope. We'll give that a shot. "12-inch shell on the naval base. Oh, we got it. There's enough TNT there to hit everything around it. Another kill there. 6-inch high explosive shell that time. Oh, that is one thing to mention. You do have a vast array of different calibers on board. You have 12, 6, 4.7 and 3-inch guns, as well as 2 types of torpedoes. So homogeneous fire was not a thing, and we're about to run into a whole gaggle of destroyers and cruisers. The whole crew is here, quite literally. We need to try and get the best possible fire angle to take advantage of this. I might spray these 2 Tashkents here. Okay, thanks, Rowan. I'll have a look at those very shortly. Here we go. Come on, splatty, splatty. Fair warning, my language skills decrease as the night draws on. I should probably switch to AP. It's not doing much to them. These guys are about to collide. They're on the same heading. I might try and get some torpedo kills. How funny would that be? Try and hit that destroyer in the rear. We're not getting a terrible amount of kills, but we're doing lots of damage. And damage really is what contributes most to your score and your RP earnings. So you could have a battle where you get, say, 14,000 damage and no kills, and you'll get amazing RP for that because your time in battle and your activity and your hits will be all so high. I really do despise what they did to torpedo aiming, by the way. I cannot stand it. I want to shoot a torpedo out of my rear port tube, but I think that was the stupidest idea they've had in a very long time, and I honestly don't know why they bothered. I sometimes feel like they change things just for the sake of it. Just let me choose what tube I want to shoot from. It's really not that difficult. Why do I have to be looking at a specific angle to get it to work? And why do they feel the need to change that? There's so many other changes that could have been put into effect. Oh yeah, the old Scharnhorst turret. Gneisenau turret. Oh, I see, there's a bunch of different guns there. It's very interesting. Just 1 second while I have a look at... So these are some pictures courtesy of Rowan. If you don't know who Rowan is, he's one of the naval content creators. And this is showing the location that we just fought on. So according to this, we got a small naval base with 3 times 1 4-inch guns. And then the second medium naval base, which are shown on these map points here, got 5 4-inch guns. Good to know. And then the final picture is the large naval base with 4 4-inch guns, 2 180mm guns, which are these 2 just here and here, and 3 11-inch guns. That is impressive. So that's why they haven't added Gneisenau to the game yet, because they're using her turrets in this goddamn new map. Very cool. Very cool. Alright, let's get back into the action. And because I'm a Discord noob, none of you guys saw what I just explained, did you? Haha, fucking funny. Alright, start that again. We've got 3 4-inch guns in the small naval base, courtesy of Rowan's naval guide. Thank you very much, Rowan. We've got the medium naval base with 5 4-inch guns located in these positions on the map. And then a large naval base with 4 4-inch guns, 2 180mm and 3 11-inch guns. The Gneisenau turret that I was referring to before. Okay, back to the stream, and we did really well actually. That's a fair amount of RP, considering that, you know, how many hits did we get? We got 100 hits. Nearly, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that, considering we didn't really do much. We might play another battle in that ship. Oh, Rowan, I didn't know you could disable that. Okay, I'm going to do that too. Cancel that. Go into Options, Naval Battle Settings. So, Options, Naval Battle Settings. Torpedo sight control with a mouse. Why did they even bother? Jesus. Thank you very much. You've just solved one of my pet peeves. And I actually complained on the Gaijin Discord about them doing that. Why didn't they tell me that they fixed it? Fuck, that's very frustrating. I don't specifically know. Maybe Rowan knows which map, what the battle rating range is on those maps, but so far I've seen it at 5.7 and 4.3. Honestly, if they add Yamato, like, where else are they going to go from there? I think we're going at a reasonable pace. But before we see those super heavy battleships, they really do need to change the long-range combat, because, I mean, people aren't going to want to sit there staring at a spec trying to hit them in a semi-arcade game. So it will be interesting. And I don't know if they really want to go the route of like World of Warships, where you've got Yamatos fighting, you know, at point blank range. But we'll see. G'day Tyrael, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, I think 3.7 and up is a pretty good range for that. It has all 3 types of spawns. Looks like we might have got a full downs here. Oh, I'm in the battle with Napalm and he's on my team. got coastal boats on the Bravo point. Got Mr. Napalm. He seems to be by himself. Yes, by himself today. I had a really good match with one of his clanmates the other day. I was versing his clanmate, and it was a very good battle. I think we went 1-for-1 on each other. Where are my guns at? What is Napalm in? He's in Oregon. Okay. Stay out of his way. A little bit fiddly there. It doesn't like an extreme angle. You've got to be very broadside to get all your turrets on. So I'm going to switch to the heavy cruisers and try and deal some major damage to them. Waiting for the reload. 1, 2, 3, 4 away. Secondaries. And I don't think my main gun's fired then. I think I had a ghost shell. Hit on a Pensacola. Coming back with AP rounds to sort him out. We'll go full length of the ship. Oh, a bit far away. Yeah, the reload time is murderous. It's a big step from the cruisers. Does take some getting used to. Just get me one good hit with that 12-inch and we'll do some decent damage. It's ironic the last two matches we got 2 kills with both types of secondary guns and none with the mains. Yeah, I did see that meme. That was a good meme, that one. Woof. Straight through his ready room. He's no longer a threat. What have we got here? Is that a albatross? Oh, poor guy. Italian albatross. I'm not going to bother with the Pensacola. It's not worth my time after that big hit. I've got no way of contesting that unless I J out and go the capture zone. Someone's capturing Charlie, which is good. Guy is slowing down, so I'll aim a little bit below, a little bit behind his midship stack. Everywhere I look, they're exploding. Not many hits at all this battle. Just outside my best range for fights. I'm so happy that's fixed with the torpedo thing now. You're a legend, Rowan. There's been quite a few times in the last month or so that I've died because of that and not being able to get the right angle or the right torpedo at the right time. Literally saved my life. There we go, that's better. A couple of good hits there. .30 an hour is about here. Aim a little bit in front. Take a breath. Fire. Sort of want to cut back at a harder angle, but it's the rear turret is a real pain in my butt. There's lots of new radio commands now. I request someone to attack that guy with a plane. Like that'll ever happen. You got to keep trying those ideas, man. Eventually something will stick. I personally didn't play a lot of Team Fortress 2, so I don't always understand the memes. But a good deal of them are still funny either way. Just gonna get this guy out of our background. Shooting over the top of our ruddy friend here. Whoever's in the Project 206 has solved our capture zone dilemma. Airstrike there, coming in on that cruiser. A couple of torpedoes heading away, so they should be okay, not a threat. I did ask Napalm if he wanted to have a collaboration one time, and he asked me why I would want to collaborate with a dead channel. I was like, okay, fair enough. And I hope that wasn't a backhanded compliment at me. That was a close one. Not much left. He is cleaning up for us. We're really being defeated by the rate of fire. And that's where, you know, 6-inch guns in War Thunder are the current meta. Fast-firing 8-inch guns are also the meta. They make amazing income. And they're a little bit more fun to play. Like, you get more feedback. When you've got a 32-second reload, you basically only get to shoot 50 times if the battle goes for the full 25 minutes. We managed to get through that guy's ready racks again. I think it's the same guy. Just come back in a different cruiser. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, okay, fair enough. Kind of deflated the moment a bit. I'm a pretty positive guy. Even when things are bad, they're still good, you know. If you're not in a wooden box, it's a good day. I mean, if the worst thing that happens to me in a day is I get a sore back from sitting on the computer, that's a fucking good day considering the rest of humanity. And while I have you guys on stream, I have a bit of an idea. I want to do something along the lines, you know, people are always saying, you got to go out and touch grass, you got to go and touch grass. It's a bit of a gamer meme. Well, I thought as naval players, maybe I should go out and touch water. So I am looking to organize with a local tourist operator to go on a powerboat adventure. Now, powerboats are probably the closest thing that I'll ever get to a World War II PT boat, unless I fly to America and see one of this ones still in operation. And so I thought I might head on down to the powerboating center and see what their skippers can do. Give me some adrenaline. Let me know what you think about that idea. Would you like to see that? Because I'm going to go and do it either way. But if I can work out the logistics of filming it, it might be an interesting way to meet me and get to know me face to face. Just a little idea I had. Because where I live in Australia, we are surrounded by beautiful waterways. We have estuaries, rivers, we have coastal bays, we have open water, we have all types. And if you travel a few hundred kilometers up north, we also have extensive reefs. So yeah, I really want to do a 360 in a V8 powered or V12 powered powerboat. Yeah, like I have a camera and all that sort of stuff. Like obviously it won't be at Mr. Beast level of production quality, but I think it'd be a good way to reach out and actually meet you guys officially. You get to see a bit of where I live, a bit of what I'm about. I might even leave it from maybe a subscriber milestone even. We'll see. It is, this month is the birthday of my channel. I've been doing this now for 2 years. The first year was just creating poorly edited meme shorts and the occasional cinematic. And then this time last year is when I really decided that this is what I want to do. Really passionate about making videos, and it's been a very exciting journey. Yeah, that's what I hear, but you know what? Australians have a pretty big hunger. We got a pretty big appetite, mate. We're the sort of people that'll eat it if it's in front of us. Food chain's not so much out of control as it's not as hierarchical as it is in other countries. Lots of things will eat lots of other things. And we do have a wide variety of predators and dangerous snakes and spiders and killer birds and drop bears and blue-ringed octopus and box jellyfish, death adder snakes, feral camels, feral toads. just a few environmental issues. Jump straight into battle again. Another interesting addition to the Japanese is the IJN Issei. Issei. Very, very big boat with lots of little boats on it as well. We'll have a quick look at the model of this one. Big bad mama. 12 36 centimeter guns. Couple of float planes on the back. Fairly substantial armor. Splinter deck there as well. 32mm splinter deck with a secondary... Is that a secondary protection? No, it's not. I thought there might have been two plates over the ammunition stores. Very, very imposing looking ship. And a very nice complement to the Fuso, which is of similar size and displacement. Although Issei is arguably a smaller... I think she's smaller in length and a little bit heavier. Am I right in that? Displacement 39,000 versus... Yeah, she's a little bit heavier. And I think she has much better turret arrangement, especially for a rear engagement. Doesn't take very much effort to get all four on. And I'm assuming she's got very good rear protection as well, comparatively to the front, yeah. Japanese ships tend to fight that way. Put the guns to the rear, the cruisers do all the fast work, destroyers do all the fast work, and the Japanese battleships just pound away. Sorry, I've missed all the chat because I was too busy monologuing. You saw a picture of an Australian cow eating a snake. We don't have that here in Germany. Well, you know what's funny? I saw that same video. Yes. It's just casually chomping on a snake. Like it's a local piece of vegetation. Have I tried kangaroo? Yes, kangaroo is available in the supermarkets to purchase. They don't carry a large range of kangaroo products, but you can get kangaroo steaks and kangaroo mints and a few other products. And it is very well regarded for dog food and also cat food. So it is used a lot in with our pets. It's a very gamey meat. I don't really know I can compare it to anything else. It is a pretty unique experience. But if I had to say it was like anything, I would say it's like a very, very gamey venison. Very gamey. Very tough. Yeah, the mouse plague, that was another thing entirely. That was during COVID, wasn't it? It was like we had the 7 plagues of the end times happening at once. We had mouse plague, we had the COVID plague, we had rivers running with blood. No, not really. Supermoons and gravity anomalies. You keep getting ammo racked. Well, a lot of the time, if you're in battles with players that know what they're doing, if you so much as expose your weak spot, they will annihilate you. Oh, we've just seen a missile cross across the deck there. There's a streak of... I hope that's not the Brevi. Just keep... Sorry to cut off mid-question, but that's a high priority threat. The best advice I could give you is when you do spawn into a naval battle, don't spawn in straight away. Do not be the first person that presents yourself as a target. It's probably the best piece of advice I could give you. Don't turn broadside unless you absolutely... There goes another one. There he goes. Very fast moving missile, but he looks like he's crashed down, has she? Or is that just a lag issue? Kind of really want to get back to grinding that now that I've seen a couple of missiles streak across my screen. Yeah, that's definitely the missile ship. That's going to be our first spotting of her on the live server. That was the third missile to streak across our screen. So wouldn't it be ironic if our first kill against that new Russian destroyer was in a battle cruiser from World War I? We've got the Avengers Midnight Suns theme song playing in the background. It's pretty thematic for that type of fight. Big bad brawler against a tiny little modern destroyer. He's hiding behind this mountain. We're going to take us forever to get there. I'm wondering which one of them it is. Big hits away. The best battle ratings with the lowest amount of bots, I would say, is 4.0 to 4.7, because you're more likely to get it down tier to the newer, to the reserve tier at 4.7. That said, you're very close to 5.0, so you could get dragged up a lot. But that's where I like to play at 4.3. That's probably my favorite battle rating, simply because of the different variety of targets that you'll face. And there are generally more actual committed players. Without actually knowing where you're going wrong, it's hard to give you a complete answer. But I do have a video called Destroyer School. If you're playing Blue Water, maybe give that a look at. Because that explains sort of the tactics that I use when I'm really try-harding destroyers. Tonight is just a casual, I've been working all day and I just want to relax. But if I were in try-hard mode, definitely you're moving around all the time, you're choosing your engagements wisely, you're making sure you've got the right ammunition for the target, target prioritization, bamboozling the enemy, attacking them when they're not ready for you. Lots of little things come into play. And once you start to learn them, they become natural. It's like riding a bike. And the way it is with naval combat, it's very different to what people are used to in the traditional games. You've got to think a few minutes ahead. You have to be able to think, 10, 20 seconds ahead, cause and effect type thinking. Once it clicks in your mind, it's very easy. But until that day, I can understand why people don't find it easy. Thanks, Chris. Have a great day, mate. Good to talk to you. Tyrael, as for your question, do you think they'll finally do something against the army of bots? Well, this newest update, or these updates coming, are supposed to address that, and removing the ability to target enemies with your primary guns, while like AI controlled primary guns, was supposed to be the first step to fix that. But the bots already transitioned to actual aiming programs a while ago, and that was mainly when they lowered the rewards for inactivity. Previous to that, people just used their AI or their AFK'd, and it was obvious who was who. Now you're coming up against bots that actually have a 1-to-1 kill ratio. And they're very good at reacting to you. What I've discovered is that they're not so good at estimating when you're sailing away from them. It's like the program's more geared to estimating ahead of the ship. But as for what they can do to fix it, I really don't know. I'm not experienced enough in that kind of management of games, I guess. Thank you for joining me, Talking Head. You've been here the whole time, and I do appreciate it. It's a very, very long stream. I normally only do about an hour and a half, but we're having a good time. So thanks very much for joining me, and I will see you next time, mate. Say hi to your family for me. If you are new to the stream, welcome. We're doing the La Royale patch. No actual objective today. Just play, have some fun, experience the new patch as we can. Over the coming days, I will be working on the French naval line. I've asked for access to one of the premiums so that I can at least get into the closed beta. I did ask them to let me in, and they said nope. So it does require a purchase or finishing the challenges that will be coming up shortly. But at this stage, I don't have any word on what those challenges are. G'day, Maxim. Yeah, we were actually grinding towards that ship at the start, and then I had a few issues with getting kicked out of a battle and disconnects, and then I got a crew lock, so we've been bouncing from nation to nation. But that really is the goal. The whole reason I'm playing the Japanese battle cruiser is because we got a crew lock, and I haven't spaded this, so thought we'd give it a go. Hasn't been the most stimulating gameplay because battle cruiser gameplay is not that great. Look, we've got a juicy target coming up to our just ahead. I totally agree, Tyrael. Like, it is easily obvious that these people aren't playing. Like, I've played for 10 years. I've played War Thunder Naval since 2019. I mean, I dabbled in it a little bit when they first introduced it. But at the time, I was working a lot more than I am now. And yeah, it does have so much potential. And it's like, I've played that long. I don't have anywhere near that many games. Like, you'd have to be running games 24 hours a day, non-stop for a year to get 7,000 games in. I don't know how they can get away with it. We've slowly made our way to the Charlie point. Oh my god, this is dangerous. I think that they really should put more close range maps in. Long range maps in. I really enjoy Naval EC. I think that's probably the best example of what we could get from naval multi forces with air, land, and sea. And I think that that's where it needs to go. I've always sort of tried to see as these random battles as you unlock your vessels, you get some modules done, and then on the weekends you take in your best ships to Naval EC. But not enough people know about it, or they don't quite understand it, or the wait time is significantly worse. And so it doesn't get the love that it should. Although I do love that Dollar regularly plays Naval EC, and he does give it some much needed attention. Imagine letting a battle cruiser get this close. I would like to see War Thunder add submarines sometime. They've already added them to War Thunder Naval on mobile, but I don't know how well they're implemented or how fun they are. But I most certainly would like to see them, simply so that most of the other coastal trees have something to do. There are a lot of anti-submarine frigates and anti-submarine corvettes and boats fitted for that type of warfare that I think would be really fun to play. And if submarine players think they're going to have an easy time, then I laugh at that. See you, Pazzo. Thanks very much for joining me, mate. Enjoy the French Navy grind. I'll see you next time. I'll talk to you soon regarding the other stuff we talked about. Right. I should probably turn around and capture that point now. It's going to take me a little bit of effort to do that. Oh no. We might actually run into this wall. Maybe slow down a bit. Free kill on the Moffett. Here's this missile destroyer. He's going to shoot at us next. You watch. He's missile away. It's kind of toxic that they just sail complete opposite direction to the fight. I guess the best thing about War Thunder Naval on mobile is the fact that pretty soon you'll be able to just cash in your daily login for the desktop version or the console version of War Thunder. So it might be worth just having War Thunder Naval, War Thunder Mobile on your device just to keep your daily login streak and get your Battle Pass rewards. That's certainly one way they'll lure everybody in. Although I'm going to be really interested to see how much the bots take advantage of point-and-click missile launching systems. Because this very well could be a bot, you know. And it wouldn't be that hard for the script to go click here every 30 seconds and hold it on the target. So that's probably a factor I hadn't considered before. I joked that after this economy saga that War Thunder would go to a pay-to-play game. You know, you pay $100 AAA. Everyone gets a premium account if you own it. And it takes about a year to unlock all the vessels and vehicles. And then I joked that immediately after that they released War Thunder 2 as a pay-to-win, free-to-play game. I joked that that would happen as a result of the boycott, just to spite everybody. So I'm glad that I was pleasantly surprised with a more constructive effort to fix the problems. Yeah, I 100% agree with you. As soon as you said that in Discord today, Azu, I was like, yeah, man, I can totally get down with that. That's why I mentioned it in my video that it, you know, I don't see the downsides to that. That is a positive. But please, please, please don't spend money on War Thunder Naval or War Thunder Mobile. Please don't do it. If you absolutely must spend money on War Thunder, please don't do it on mobile version. I've been on a crusade against mobile games since they were invented. The last good mobile game was like Snake. Let's see if we can destroy Mr. Missile Destroyer. Push him out higher. A little bit higher, a little bit higher. If you keep turning that way, my friend, I will hit you. Show me the shaker, the rear shaker. It sure is, man. CNC 3. I can't tell you what song it is at the moment. but it is the original soundtrack for that game. One of the best games I've ever played. I play all of the OG game theme songs while I'm playing. And the good old Brotherhood of Nod is a great way to get started on a War Thunder grind session. This guy's proving elusive to hit. Getting very close, but just not close enough. I'm going to switch to high explosive next salvo. Switching now. 1, 2, 3, and 4. GG. I think that's going to be the theme of the missile destroyer. Just run away and dodge the guys that don't have insane rate of fire. Kind of disappointed in myself that I couldn't hit him before the end, but we still got Terror of the Ocean despite that. See, 7,000 RP, like that's really good. I think, like considering I only got 4 kills, you know, another 100 hits. That's pretty good progress. I'm not sad about that. Anyway, we'll abandon her now. We don't need her. Head over to Navy. And we'll take out a Chappie. Sverdlov. In that cruise spot. We'll take out the Kirov. Already got Kirov. Project 206. Yep, looking good. Let's go to battle. I don't mind so much about paper ships. With the Kronstadt, for example, I did a bit of research into the Kronstadt, and the hull was laid down, and we actually got her in War Thunder in her weaker of configurations. According to the paperwork that I read, and there's a few of the sources that I was talking to, the Kronstadt was supposed to have 15-inch guns, courtesy of Germany. And if that had been allowed to happen, that would have been a whole different story, I think. Like whether the ship could ever have sailed under its own steam with those sorts of guns mounted is another question, but it's interesting. And I don't know if I ever want to see a 15-inch armed Kronstadt. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure they were supposed to have the same guns that the Bismarck had. But I also could be talking out of my butt. It has been a long time since I read that that information. The BTD-1, yeah, it's a great torpedo aircraft. It's got fantastic torpedoes. If that's the one that I'm thinking of. As we head into the third hour of Royale's live stream. I will probably take a short break after this battle. And then we'll get back into the final session. Looking to go for about 4 hours today. It's a beautiful looking plane either way. Very, very versatile. Oh, got a nice hit there on a Des Moines class. Well, I could be talking out of my butt, Lance. It's been a long day, mate. As you would know, 3 kids drains the soul. You start to hallucinate. They start to convince you that you're crazy. You start seeing Cenobites in the mirror. And then when you finally get silence at night, all you hear is the screaming of children that are echoing in your ears from all day. See you, John Luke. Enjoy school today. Try and do well. Doing really well, Lance. We're doing a wide variety of things today. It's not often that I stream, but when I do, I like to do it well. We've had varying amounts of success. We've tried a bunch of different vessels, but my overarching goal was to aim for the Bravi, the anti-ship or anti-aircraft armed missiles on that ship. Look interesting. In the last battle, we saw one running away the entire match, firing missiles off his stern. Oh, sorry, mate. Your school. My school. Yes, I understand. Enjoy the video. Let me know what you think. And I look forward to talking to you again, mate. Right. Calm before the storm. Kirov's very lightly armoured, especially for running at 6.3, which I'm assuming, yeah, we've got a Des Moines here, 6.3. G'day, Wilkins. Thanks for the question. I couldn't say, to be honest. I don't know if I'm just out of the loop, so to speak, but I have noticed there's been a real push towards that audience, and I believe that it hasn't been terrible for the game because player numbers are always good, but there's definitely a shift in the community in both the way that they feel about things and the way that they present themselves. And it's not such a bad thing, but it's definitely not the die-hard serious crowd that we had in the early days of War Thunder. I mean, you've still got guys that are willing to sell their national secrets to satiate an argument, but I feel like the community is really changing, and it is a much younger audience perhaps than what we're led to believe. But let me know what you think. I'm all for new players. I'm always keen to meet new people. It's one of the reasons why I started doing YouTube, is because I wanted to meet new people and expand my horizons a bit. So in my time making content, I've met a variety of people, and I've really enjoyed my time. And I mean, if we can get some of the anime crowd to come and enjoy the ships here from World of Warships, I mean, that's not such a bad thing. I've started pushing content on TikTok simply to try and capture that crowd and just let them know that there is more than just World of Warships and that you can try something else. So we'll see if that actually has much of an effect. We're in a little bit of trouble. I've pushed really hard, and I've left myself exposed to pretty much the entire team's fire. So what we're going to do is we're going to launch out the scout here. She's nice and close, so it's going to be an easy mission. And we're going to secure that capture zone. Well, a funny story about that. I had absolutely no idea what a furry was until I think it was 2017. I was working as a hotel manager in a 4.5-star 400-room hotel, and we got a booking for an event that was called Furry Down Under. And I was like, whatever, you know. And I sort of asked the reception girls did they know about it. They just explained it's just a group of people that come and they like to dress up. And well, on the day of the furry's arrival, my innocence was taken away, and I don't mean that in a sus way. It's just like I had no idea it was a thing. And so it took a few... I was like an old man in a nursing home trying to be explained what a phone was. Like, I just didn't understand the concept, but, you know. Well, that was anticlimactic. They took out our scout, but we managed to secure the... neutralize the point at least. Although, and you know, those guys, the conference was for a week, I believe, and they came back for the next couple of years as well. A lot of interesting things happened during the week. Like I said, my eyes were opened. Can't talk so much about them on stream, but it was funny. It was funny. A learning experience for everybody involved. Just like when I learned about Azure Lane, some other naval mobile game with girls that dress up as ships and stuff, I was like, oh, okay. My son was trying to explain it to me, and I'm like, yep. Those are like the ships I talk about, son. I believe I've seen that. And what happens in that documentary or that explanation of Rainforest, yeah, I believe it. I believe it. There were a few unsavory characters in the group, but that happens with everything. Like, I've seen a lot of different groups come through the hotel in my time from all different walks of life, and I can tell you, it doesn't matter who they are. If they're people, there'll be gross ones around. Yeah, I played the Tailspin event. I found that to be very fun. It was a good diversion for a couple of days. Just nuked Des Moines without even trying. Yes, he is. My son, he's 6 years old, and he teaches me more about the world than I teach him, I think. And I never thought I would say that, you know? Always been on the forefront of shit. Oh, we do not want to get hit by that guy. PT-810. He's got big, bad torpedoes, that guy. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, Jay, that's right. Every group of people has an unsavory bunch in it. And it's whether you let them drag you down or not. Where I live in Australia, every year there's an end of school tradition called Schoolies, where all of the school leavers, everyone that's finishing up senior year, comes to our city and they party for a week, and it's just absolute chaos. It's like spring break in America. Schoolies every year is one of the most chaotic things you'll ever experience. If you ever in Queensland on the Gold Coast during Schoolies time, you will know it. And some of the stuff they get up to, and these guys are just kids. Like, so yeah, doesn't matter where you're from. There's bad apples on every tree. While to some degree I agree with you, Wilkins, I think it's just that natural human. It's different to me. I am scared of it, or I'm angry and I don't want it near me. We're still very tribal at the end of the day. Despite thinking that we're super, super advanced, we still revert to those really tribal thinking. Personally, I'm pretty open-minded, dude. I'll let bygones be bygones. Let people live how they want to live. It's not my right to tell you how to live. We fought a war to stop that kind of behavior. Well, that's enough about politics. Let's get back to some actual killing. You're going to throw your life away just to get a few points. I'm not enjoying this at the moment. It's definitely a different feel to when I normally play during the day. I do feel like there are a lot more bots than when I play. We've lost this battle, fellas. When this battle's over, I'm going to take a short break to refresh my drink, and I will be back after a few minutes, and then we'll see out the rest of the session. If you have any requests of what you want to see me play, it doesn't even have to be naval. We can play something else if you want. Just leave it in the chat, and when I get back, we'll sort that out for the next 45 minutes. Try and take a Helena out before we do such a thing. I really should have started with the Cmdr. It's got much better guns. But old habits die hard. I was quite fond of the Kirov when I first played it. Yeah, I think a lot of people only knew the Prince Eugen from Azure Lane, and that was their first interaction with the actual ship itself. Kind of like how no one really knows about Nysa now, but everyone knows about Scharnhorst. G'day, Jacob. How you doing, my friend? Hope fatherhood is treating you well. Jacob is a good real-life friend of mine. Just had his first child with his beautiful missus. And doing a great job by the look of things. It's funny, Jacob was with me the night that I decided to start doing YouTube. He may not know this, but he was with me. We were on a road trip to a different city together, and we caught up for some drinks. Alright guys, I'm going to pop off for a quick break, and I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. Don't go anywhere. And I'm back. Straight into the thick of things. Fucking Kronstadt, hey? And he's ignored me all this time. See, there you go, Azu. We knew someone would oh, now he's seen me. Now that I'm looking at him, he's looking at me. Goodbye. Ha ha, fuck. Pity I brought the version that doesn't have any torpedoes. See if we can try and get through with the 6-inch gun. Probably not. But we can try and run away at least. He's shooting over the top of us, which is beneficial. No hope, no hope. Just got to try and get away. We're much faster than he is. Not much damage at all. And he's just going to clean up all my friendly cruisers. Surprisingly, I didn't take much damage from that high explosive fire. Okay guys, I can see that there's no picture. 1 second, sorry. Is that better? I think that works, sorry. I'm still, like I said, a noob at streaming. So I was just getting attacked by a Kronstadt, and I tanked 3 of his salvos, high explosive salvos. Got very lucky. Thanks for pointing that out, Evil Ant and Tyrael. That would have been embarrassing for the last 40 minutes of the stream. Yeah, to my stern is a Kronstadt. You can see his rounds going now. He's very close there. Fortunately, I'm faster. Oh, damn it. There's a shit. I don't know what that's called. It's about to get nasty. About to get nasty. Shit's about to get real. Shit's about to get real. Just trying to annihilate all of the crew compartments as quickly as possible so I can move to the Helena that's looking at me. Alright, we're going to move to another target. Try and get this guy's ready racks. Like that. And then the rear ones. Like that. And then the last rear one. Like that. And then one more. So theoretically, this guy has no ammo left, if I have done that correctly. Done. Go for another one. Ready rack. This is the best way to kill Cleveland's with a Soviet cruiser. Ready rack. This one here can go again. Go again, go again. Activate the repair kits with our last bit of crew. And we've got one just at the rear here. Come on, one more. Turning off the repair kits to try and stop this flooding. We've stopped dead to try and stop the flooding. One more hit. Oh, we just got wiped out. The best way is to not try and hit the low ammo racks. It's to try and hit the ammo racks in the ready rooms just below the barbettes. At close range with an armor-piercing round, you can just cut straight through them. At long range, it does prove to be quite problematic. Yeah, sorry Lance, I had a little bit of issues. I pressed the wrong button. I think this is my 4th stream ever. I know that you're quite the seasoned streamer yourself, so any tips would be appreciated. I have enjoyed all of the content that you've been pushing out. Keep at it, mate. Keep at it. Our algorithm will catch you. You've got the formula right. Very brutally up-tiered. 7.0. Just going to try and prove to be a difficult target. I'm going to move back to this Makuma. So he's our main fight. We want to take him out. He's already dead, is he? Yeah, he's dead. Oh, we've got the theme song to Crisis 2 now. That's quite quite thematic. Because we have a crisis. We're surrounded by battleships and battle cruisers. Not exactly an easy feat. We're going to try and cut through this guy as quickly as we can. We got one of his ready racks there. The B turret just detonated. Down to 34%. This is probably the magic distance, especially with the Soviet guns and AP rounds. You can just absolutely cut through. We just hit the rear ready rack then. Good luck, mate. Good luck with the school run. Enjoy. Coming in. I think we're going to get a fair amount of RP for this battle. A little bit difficult to get the last of his crew. He's only got one real crew compartment. It's at the rear. And he is done for. Fortunately, we don't have a scout plane, so we can't contest the points without getting very close. We didn't get the kill, unfortunately. Got another battleship here. We're going to aim amidships for this one. Nice and weak in the center. It'll be interesting to see how this affects the Japanese battleships, who do have a hole in the center of their armor and their deck armor. So the changes to citadels, I'm quite interested to see how they fare. We got through the armor plating on that side now, so we should be able to get some shells through. It's pulling away from us, so we have to aim over the ship. Oh, shut. We can dodge that. But we won't be able to dodge the second one. Hit full back. Slow down a little bit. There we go. Try and turn into it now and just hope for the best. The best bet to defeat these battleship fire is to keep swapping sides so that their rangefinder is fooled every time. It's the only real thing you can do. Try and keep some variation to your speed as well. Next salvo, switching to semi-armor piercing to try and do a little bit more damage than what we're currently doing. We may not get lucky with the third salvo though. That's a direct hit, I think. Oh, a glancing hit. If only we had some torpedoes. We did lose a turret in that engagement. Got a light cruiser here. We'll try and get some free shots on this guy. Slowing the vessel down. Getting ready for the next salvo of broadside from this battleship. Got some hits on the Helena. This guy's getting a little bit worried about us now. He's at full steam. Yeah, no, that high explosive spam wasn't doing much at all. Got me that time. That's a bad one. Hit the flooding first. Try and stop the ship. But no, that's too much damage to stop, I don't think. He got both of our ammo racks. We can stop the flooding at least. G'day, Dragon. Not sure I know what you mean until I got my butt kicked by the battleship team. Was going okay, yeah. Ah! We're proving to be very resilient, though. The armor-piercing shells are overpenning. But we've got no ammunition left in the front, and got 700 meters to get to the capture point. Don't have the ability to get the guns back on track. We'll try and turn in again. Oh, we're just proving to be a nuisance to this guy. Our goal is just to not die to him. That's a pretty good goal. I refuse to die. Thou shalt not have my soul. Emperor protects. And though I may face evil, I shall never surrender. We're going to survive. We can do it. He's not going to have the time to get the last of our... Turn the repair team off. Switch them to flood control. And the game's done. We have survived, at least. We've got a fairly good mission score. 2,500 mission scores. Not too bad. Not the greatest in terms of rewards. $100,000 to go. Only 100,000. I'm going to change some of my server settings. Turn off the Russian server. And we'll go one more battle. Try and get a fight at our tier at least. Clips is talking about the Forbidden Soul. Thou shalt not mention that name around here. I'm joking. Just a bit of a meme. Gotta have a rivalry. Even if you just pick it at random. SKR? Oh, I've spawned right on this Des Moines rear. Sorry, friend. I'm trying to stop. Yeah, this is a new map. There's a bunch of naval bases that have varying levels of armament. We did have some pictures up before. There's a couple of bases that have 4-inch guns. There's a couple of bases that have 4-inch and 6-inch guns. And there is a base that has an 11-inch gun mount straight off of the Gneisenau. So 3 11-inch guns in a single turret. Fortunately, you don't actually have to fight the turrets. You just have to bombard the naval base and you can destroy it. So our aim, I'll drop some smoke for this Des Moines to get him out of trouble. That means that I'll start taking the fire, but that's okay. This has been, I think, the single longest content day for me. I've spent a good 6 hours today, 6 hours or more, editing the video about the roadmap changes. Done 4-hour stream, nearly 4 hours. And I'm hoping to try and keep up a high tempo. So hopefully you'll be seeing lots of content coming in the next few weeks and going forward. They're not very good at shooting at you, but they do a lot of damage when you're in a coastal boat. I found that out the hard way the first time I played the map. And I took a solid hit to the bridge that I wasn't expecting because I was looking for ships. So many targets to fight. I mean, even if it's not a fantastic map, you know, it doesn't really offer much, it's still them willing to try something new. And for me, the dream would be to see submarines and anti-submarine helicopters, or helicopters fitted with anti-ship missiles that can do pop-up attacks. Some matches they're shooting, other matches they're not. It's a little bit must depend on the cost of their software. Thanks for that comment, Evil. That's really nice, mate. You definitely picked up on that. How did you pick up on my love of Starship Troopers? I ever do wonder. Yes, I love that series, mate. The books and the movies. I've been playing a bit of the new Starship Troopers game. It's a survival co-op game. It's been a lot of fun. I've put some content up on the channel. I intend to play more of that. Sorry, Mr. Thunderbolt. 1 shot, 1 kill. I didn't know that. A World War II chopper for Japan. That's interesting. Alright, let's go. What do we got here? Light cruiser? I'm gonna ruin this guy's day. Yeah, I got him good. He's trying to hunt the whale, but the whale got him. Alright, about to be double teamed, I think. This is a team of dudes. We're just gonna sail on a straight heading. He's hitting the brakes pretty hard, so I'm going to keep hitting the rear there. We're still looking good damage-wise. Taking fire now. Just high explosive, nothing to worry about. This Chapayev is almost down to critical crew. We're going to slow down a bit and try and take advantage of all these targets. So far we've seen between 4.3 and 5.7. But there are Des Moines on this map, so that's 6.3. So I'm assuming that it goes all the way up to top tier. From destroyers, at least. Once this Belfast is taken care of, or town class. Yep, the Belfast. I need to change to ship gunners, or I become food for a PT boat. Oh, I think I'm getting shot by the emplacement. Battle cruiser. Come on, get some hits, get some hits. We're running low on AP rounds. Let's push a little bit closer and we'll have a look at one of the naval bases. We got it, I had it with 4.3. I had a destroyer as, I had a destroyer and a rest of coastal boats, I believe. I don't have any HEVT set. And I don't have any HEVT in my secondaries, so he's pretty much... Just going to take him down with AI instead. Here he comes. He's being lame. Nothing to worry about. I see there being a lot of opportunities for coastal boats to get around and do some work. Taking some shots now from a light cruiser over here. Got a Japanese destroyer. Changing to semi-armor piercing for the destroyer. Reload's taking a bit longer than I would like. Oh, what did we just get smashed by? Oh, Des Moines hiding there. Son of a bitch. Not a Des Moines. Got fooled by the camouflage. Yoko. No, there are 3 capture points on this map at the moment. And I'm being shot by the base. As you can see here, they're the 4-inch guns now. And so I'm shooting at the naval base. Not sure exactly how to damage it. It's disappeared off the map now. I think or someone destroyed it. Newport News destroyed it. Yeah, man, I'm on a mission. A mission from God. I really want to do this for my job. And I don't have much time before I have to go and find another real job. So I'm just going to grind harder than I've ever grinded in my life. And if that doesn't work, then at least I've tried. No, that's okay, mate. I totally understand. I usually watch streams on my phone as well, so I know that the UI isn't exactly the most revealing. Can we be sneaky and get this guy before he wrecks us? I'm going to try and hit the front ammo rack on the Des Moines, or Newport News, whichever this one may be. And that's how you do it. Very weak to a front ammo rack, especially with a large caliber armor-piercing round. They are much squishier than the Helena, that's for sure. Just got an Akizuki. Now we are on a roll. Can we get a 3rd destroyer and as many salvos? Thanks, mate. I will see you in the morning, no doubt. It's nearly 1 AM here, so I will be calling it quits very shortly. If you have enjoyed the stream, make sure you've hit the like button for me. It's the only way that the algorithm seems to notice me. Every little bit helps. So far I've been fooled by the UI a couple of times, not realizing that I've been out of crew, but I'm sure I'll get used to it. So far it's been, other than that, it's not really been an issue. I need to change ammunition because I'm out of armor piercing now. Trying to destroy this naval base to see exactly what happens. Yep, so the base is destroyed. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. I'm probably a decade behind the peak of War Thunder, so every little help towards the algorithm is appreciated. I don't have any armor-piercing shells on this ship. I have to go all SAP. Yeah, just deliberately get something wrong, so everyone's like, what the fuck's this guy talking about? Yes, mate, I'm grinding for that ship now. Yeah, because only a dummy would work there in this type of fight. The changes really are just the water line. With the crew, it says, like when you says... Sorry, I'm very tired. When it says that you're out of crew and you can't repair, it's no longer in the center of the screen in front of you. It's moved down towards the damage model down on the left screen. So a couple of times I've missed that I'm actually out of... See there now it says to repair my vessel, I've got to press 7, but the prompt is down the bottom to the left. If you're used to it flashing up in front of your eyes like I am, it will take a little bit of getting used to. But I think it's a positive change. It's not hard to see. It's just a matter of knowing that it's different now. Next time I take fire damage or some critical damage, you'll see it appear down in the left bottom of the screen. So even semi-armor piercing rounds from the Russian 6-inch guns will make short work of a Helena. Close range, they're just so powerful. There we go. We're doing much better. We're going to finish off this stream with a very good battle. Got another destroyer here waiting to be food. Finishing off the stream with some XCOM music. Another fantastic game series. If you haven't played that, it's definitely worth your time. And I don't get paid to say that. But I did spend the better part of my 20s playing XCOM. Let's get one more kill in before the end. Come on. Pretty much a clean sweep of this battle. There we go. Nice big explosion. Another destroyer here. Yeah, XCOM 2. Not so much Chimera Squad, but that was a nice diversion. Plus the OG XCOM, like the hard as fuck XCOM. No. While you're right, the Brits do have great SAP. The Soviet semi-armor piercing is just so powerful. It's ridiculous. Like, I just cleaned up then using that round majority, and we've got 14,000 damage. And so how did we go? We managed to earn 26,000 RP towards the new ship, Project 56K. And out of those 4 hours, we only played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games with the Soviets before we had issues with connections and stuff. And so yes, that is the La Royale stream. Thank you very much for tuning in. I really appreciate your presence. I will endeavor to do this more often as I try and find some more time and a little bit more confidence around the streaming software. As I said, thank you, and until next time, Commander Tyrael is now out.